Everyone. Good evening, Fallbrook, and welcome to our 2026 Employee of the Year, Teacher of the Year, and Retirement Celebration. I am so honored to be here tonight, but before we begin, I wanted to start off with some thank yous. So Dr. G, you're in the audience somewhere. Where are you? Dr. G, thank you. Thank you for allowing us and hosting this event here at Potter, and we greatly appreciate the work that your staff put in to make this such a special event. So thank you so much. Exactly. There were a lot of people that behind the scenes put this together. I shared with Kimberly and I said to her, when people walk in, I want them to feel as special as we feel about them. I want them to feel that we honor the work that they do. And I hope you felt that when you walked in the room, because wow, take a look at these amazing decorations that the HR team pulled together. Also, our IT team for organizing. We have a brand new speaker system and AV system that was years and years old here at Potter. And so thank you to our IT team who's behind the scenes and the curtain. Ernie, where are you in the back? And Bryson from facilities and maintenance. And Dennis in the back. Thank you, Dennis. And isn't the food amazing? CNS in the house. Thank you. Again, it's definitely a family effort here in Fallbrook. So today, we're so excited to celebrate the exceptional individuals whose dedication and passion have shaped the lives of our students. Each of you have been chosen by your peers for a reason, because you embody the values of excellence, of compassion, and commitment to education. Your roles are pivotal to the success of our students, and we are immensely grateful for the impact that you provide every single day. So tonight, as we honor our retirees, we recognize their countless years of dedication to our students and our community. Today is a celebration, retirees, of your achievements, your legacy, and the profound difference you've made in the lives of so many. So congratulations to all of our honorees, and thank you. At this time, I'm going to introduce Dr. Kimberly Husing, our Assistant Superintendent of HR, and she will serve as our MC for the event tonight. Thank you.
So again, I hope you all feel very welcomed. I'm so glad to be here in this role to say thank you and just really celebrate the culmination of a great year and also the culmination of recognizing our staff and our employees and of course our retirees. Let's see, so here's the order of events. I always feel better when I know what's gonna happen and how it's gonna happen. So we're gonna honor our Teachers of the Year and our Employees of the Year from each school. And we're gonna start with FSA. And so, I mean, you gotta, exactly, that's a great example. Like everybody is seated with their schools. So when your people are called, I mean, you need to show out for them, right? Okay, that's right. And I love it that you're all here and supporting each other. That's exactly what Superintendent Hazel said, Monica shares with us. We're a family here in Fallbrook. So you get to do a little dance, show out, people, and then you come up when you're called, and then you're gonna come and get your certificate from Monica and I, and then we're gonna line up all of our amazing people for the class of 26 Employees of the Year, Teachers of the Year across the front on our new carpet. Thank you, Ernie. Yes, Dennis was the winner last year. His twirl was the best. So we'll see who, oh, there he is. He's hiding over here now. He was the most exciting walker-upper. So let's see who wins today. But in all seriousness, I'm so excited to honor all of our staff members and teachers and employees of the year. So when we call you, you're going to come up and then come get your certificate and then line up here. Sound good? All right. We're going to start with FSA. All right, come back up, Monica. Please help me celebrate our Teacher of the Year from FSA, Mrs. Melissa Rodriguez. Nice job, nice job. And please help me celebrate the Employee of the Year, March Scrape. Woo, nicely done. All right, who's ready to help me celebrate Teacher of the Year, Ted Esquivel? He's not here. And Employee of the Year, Miss Kelly White. Woo, that's right, that is right, I love it. Woo! Oh. Awesome. Next up, help me celebrate Rebecca Martin from Live Oak Elementary. She's not here. Nope, she's not here. And the Employee of the Year, Kristen Robertson. Let's see. All right, that's right. That's what we're talking about. All right, next up, help me celebrate Eliseo Eugenio. Is May Ellis in the house? That's right, that's right. Fabulous. And Vanessa Rodriguez. Always a class act. Exactly. I love it. I love it. Congratulations. All right, let's celebrate Jessica Angulo Lupercio. It is like a 2-for-1 sometimes. Nice, nice. There we go. And our Staff Member of the Year, Martha Gracia. Let's go on to Mr. Jordan Phillip at Potter Junior High. There we go. Let's see. Yes. That's right. Thanks for hosting us, Potter. and your very own Naomi Delgado, Staff Member of the Year. Woo-hoo. I love it, I love it, I love it. All right. Woo! Thank you. Let's celebrate from San Onofre School, Nancy Wood. All right, I love it. Good for you. All right. Woo! Let's go. Fabulous. And Jenny Vermillion. Fantastic. Congrats. Yes. I said, are they sisters? Yeah. All right. Surfing on in. Wait, get your certificate. Fabulous. Help me celebrate Miss Allison Madera from William H. Frazier. Let's go, Allison. All right, very nice. Thank you. And Employee of the Year, Lisette Cuenca. Congratulations. All right. And from the Mike Choate Center, Emily Howard. That's right, let's go. Thank you so much. And we can celebrate also Michelle Perez from the Mike Choate Center. Yes, I love it. All right, I love it. Fabulous. Okay, from Transportation, Mr. Robert Bechtel. I love it. Exceeding expectations. And from the district office, help us celebrate Stephanie Wilcox Hall. I don't think she came. Oh. I don't think she was coming. And our staff member, Miss Cindy De Vera. Nice. Congratulations. All right. Thank you so much, Employees of the Year. Everybody step up to the black rug, please. Oh, 2 rows, yes. Okay, now here's my favorite part. Okay, so who wants to be in the front row? Who can do the sorority girls squat? Sure. Or boy, whatever. Everyone sits forward. Now, you guys in the back, who's in? All right, come to me a little bit more. Let's even up. See, this is the middle, so move over. Keep going, keep going, keep going. Keep going. All right, freeze, front, squat. Turn to the middle. Everybody blade to the middle. Okay, there we go. I'm going to get this side. Okay. 1, 2, 3, be cute. Is everybody in a window? Find a window, squat deeper. You're gonna get some exercise. Okay, I think we're good. Okay, now, here's the really important instructions. Can I have Jessica and Naomi please stay right here in the middle? And can we have a round of applause for all of our employees and staff members of the year? Woo-hoo! Okay, everybody else can go. Yay.
Can you thank our board members for joining, and maybe Mary can help pass out one of the awards?
Let's do it.
Okay.
Which board members do you want?
Actually, any of them can come up.
You want to say thank you?
No.
No, okay. Okay, well, we have some very special people up front. And on your way back, get some more snacks. I don't want to send any of this home with anybody else. I want you guys to all eat it while you're here. So help yourself to the snacks while we're continuing our ceremony. So at this time, with our most very special employee and staff member of the year, it would be my honor to ask our board members to please join us at the podium so you can help us with the Come on up and join us. We've got President McBride with us. Please help me welcome President McBride. Trustee Golbeck and Trustee Favela. And I'll speak for them saying that they're so proud of the work that gets done at our schools. And we hear it every month at the board meetings, how proud they are of the student accomplishments, how beautiful our schools look, and how everyone works as a team. It's really a statement to the people who are representing you as your Teacher of the Year and Employee of the Year. And so at this time, we have a little video. Oh, yeah, you could just stand there. You're good. Oh, you can sit, I guess.
Well, it starts with a smile, in the front office. Any person who comes into our office needs to feel welcomed, and Miss Naomi does a magnificent job just doing that.
My name is Naomi Delgado. I am the Administrative School Secretary here at Potter Junior High. Primarily as a school secretary, I support the principal and his 2 assistant principals, and I also serve to support all the staff, classified and certificated, and indirectly service the students as well. What I love about my job is how every day is different. No day is the same, and you never know what you're going to walk into. You never know the impact that you might have on somebody's life.
Miss Naomi her position is, perhaps the most important position here at this school. She manages the day-to-day operations of the school, which are many, that range from not only ensuring that every class is covered in the morning, to also addressing budget concerns, to work orders, to helping my calendar, stay on track, keeping me on track with my meetings and making sure that we are in the classrooms as well, reminding me that I have to be in classrooms, that I have to be, out there supervising during lunch. Really, her position does entail the best of what happens here at Potter, because she makes it happen through her diligence, her work effort, dedication to work, and just her commitment to Potter. She is just a person who commits herself 100% to the things that happen here at this school.
I think that what makes Fallbrook Union Elementary special is the perseverance of our educators and the resilience that I've seen over the years. Like any other workplace, we've been through a lot of changes, And I'm most proud of how the educators and the administrators within our district have just continued to model what it takes to, produce, like we say, the portrait of an 8th grader, to produce these model citizens. Being named Employee of the Year for the school district is such an honor, in that I was nominated by my colleagues who I look up to so much. I aspire to being as caring and kind as so many of the staff here are at Potter, and it's really truly what makes this place work. Being the only junior high school in town, there's no way that we could do it without the collective staff here, who really are a family here at Potter.
Miss Naomi, congratulations. I can't think of a person who is most deserving for this award than you. You are an extremely valuable team member here at this school. We all recognize your greatness. We all value you and appreciate you for all that you do. And we are super excited that you were selected as the Employee of the Year for the district. Congratulations. Miss Naomi, and lastly, I want to say thank you. Thank you for making me a better principal.
Right, looking great. Everybody tuck in. All right, perfect. Yeah, step forward a little. You guys are gonna, there we go. Perfect. Beautiful, thank you, congratulations. But wait, there's more. Our Teacher of the Year.
Hi, my name is Jessica Angulo Lupercio, and I have the privilege of working with an amazing group of 5th graders here at Mary Faye Pendleton. I love that every day is a new day. There's never a dull moment with my students. I get to see the look on their faces when they understand a new concept. It brings me so much joy when they say, "I get it now," or when they say, "This was hard, but it was fun." What makes me the most proud is getting to see my students experience long-term success, especially those that came into my class struggling and afraid to try. I even get to see students that were in my class years ago being successful in high school, in college, and beyond. Mary Faye Pendleton School is truly a special place, and I feel honored to work with military families. I am continually inspired by the strength and resilience of our students and families. I also deeply appreciate the staff at Mary Faye Pendleton. We collaborate, we support one another, and foster a positive environment that makes coming to work each day genuinely enjoyable.
Jessica is an amazing teacher and an amazing person. She leads with love, makes strong connections with her students and her parents and the other staff members. She's a leader amongst campus, but does so quietly and through always making positive decisions and decisions that are built around students' needs. Jessica was selected as Teacher of the Year for Mary Faye Pendleton, not just because I see her many attributes that impact kids year over year, but the staff here does.
It's an honor and a privilege to be named Teacher of the Year, especially because there is such an incredible team of educators here in Fallbrook. This award pushes me to work even harder and faithfully represent all of the wonderful teachers at FUSD. Sometimes I feel like I'm still standing by Elton John, but most days my students and I are having a great time and are happy to be here. So Happy by Pharrell Williams would be my theme song.
Clap along if you feel like a room without a roof. Clap along if you
Yay, Mrs. Angulo Lopercio. Step a little forward so you're not squished up against the backdrop. There you go, there you go. There we go. Beautiful, thank you so much. And one last round of applause for Jessica and Naomi. Woo! Okay, if I could have my principals, Amy Pleat, Brian Frost, Sheila Duncan, our manager from the district office, Ernie and Robert, line up over here. You should have your numbered list. Thank you, you may be seated. Oh, sorry, I was wrong. You're gonna hold the clock, I'm so sorry. Amy, you're first up. Why don't you come and join me, Principal Pleat? So formal. So this is the opportunity we have now to honor our retirees. And these individuals have dedicated years of their lives shaping the minds of our students and making our schools the incredible places that they are today. So we need to give it up for our retirees. Let me hear it. We know you've put in long, hard days, lots of work, heart, energy, maybe sometimes tears, but lots of happy smiles. And now is the beginning of an exciting new chapter. So each retiree will be honored by their immediate manager, principal, supervisor. They'll say a few words, and then if the retiree will come up when your manager calls your name. And then again, we'll take pictures and everyone will applaud. So if the retirees could stand up here with their principal after their remarks, I would appreciate it. Handing it off to Amy.
Want me to call her up now? Or, okay. Miss Aisha Human, please come forward. All right, good afternoon, everyone. There are some people who don't just work at a school, they become the heartbeat of it. Today, we're gathered to celebrate one of those people, the incomparable Mrs. Aisha Human. Aisha's journey with the La Paloma family began on September 17th, 2001. Think back to that time. It was a period when the world felt uncertain, yet Aisha stepped into her role as our safety monitor with a calm, steady grace that has never wavered. For nearly a quarter of a century, she's been the first face our students see in the morning and the last one they see as they head home. She has stood at that crosswalk through rain, heat, and wind, guiding not just students, but multiple generations of families. We've reached a point where the children she once helped cross the street are now pulling up in the drop-off line to hand their children to her. That's the kind of legacy you can't measure in years, only in love. Aisha's story started far from here as one of 12 children in Morocco, and she brought the spirit of family and community to everything she does. Whether she's serving her church or looking out for our kids, her heart is always open. Now it's time for Aisha to trade this safety vest for some well-deserved relaxation. She's looking forward to spending more time with her lovely husband, Alan, and her 2 sons who both carry on her spirit of service in the United States Marine Corps. Her son Zoe at the back is actually an LAP alumni, and he's here tonight. Very proud of his mom. Aisha, the sidewalk might feel a little emptier without you, but your impact is permanent. You've taught us that safety is about more than traffic cones. It's about making every child feel safe and protected. As you start this new chapter, remember, once a wolf, always a wolf. You will forever be a vital part of the La Paloma Pack, and we will carry your kindness and your smile with us every single day. Congratulations, Aisha. We love you.
After that, then you got to smile through the tears. Whew. Beautiful. Beautiful, thank you. And now I get to welcome Principal Frost.
Thank you. So we're going to bring up Kathy Kirkins. Can't believe she's retiring. We're trying to talk her into 1 or 2 more years, but she's not having it. So we're celebrating Kathy today in an extraordinary 24-year career of shaping young lives. I believe 23 of them at Mary Fay as a bulldog. I did the calculations, and I thought maybe that's too young and you could stick around a little while. But over the years, Kathy has taught approximately 576 5-year-olds. Some of those years there may have been higher than 24 in the class, so give or take. While that number is impressive, it only begins to capture the impact she's had on each child and family that she served. Every morning, Kathy's classroom begins with a singing, beautiful song, setting a joyful tone that makes children feel welcome, safe, and ready to learn. She's guided her students through some of life's most important first steps, learning important social skills, as well as learning to read, write, and build foundational math skills that open the doors for future success. Kathy's always been a fierce advocate for her students, ensuring that each child is seen, supported, and encouraged. She makes sure that happens. But above all, Kathy leads with love. She builds lasting relationships. She creates a classroom where children thrive, and she leaves a mark that extends far beyond kindergarten. And Kathy, we celebrate your fantastic career, your incredible impact, and want you to know that we'll always miss your presence in room 208. Congratulations.
Beautiful, thank you. Congratulations. You may or may not recognize this lovely person, Sheila, but when you get paid every month, she's your best friend. Oops, I have the wrong, oh, no, I have the wrong one. Sorry, wrong order here. Please help us welcome Sheila.
And I'd like to bring up Andy Canella. long walk.
Right there, perfect, right there. There you go.
Good afternoon, everyone. Today we celebrate a true legend in our payroll and fiscal services family, one of our payroll technicians, Andy Canella. Andy has been the very definition of loyalty, hard work, dependability, and teamwork. We always knew we could count on him, steady, reliable, always willing to go the extra mile. From uploading leave balances to processing retroactive salary payments to creating complex Excel spreadsheets, Andy is our go-to expert. But beyond his incredible work ethic, Andy brought so much light into our daily lives. He was simply a joy to be around, a quick smile, a kind word, and the best homemade treats. Every department potluck, we were treated to something special: biscuits and lemon curd, Christmas scones, Halloween goodies, and his famous Caesar salad dressing. I think everyone in the department has a copy of that recipe, and we've even had former employees reach out to us asking for it. We'll never forget his legendary Halloween costumes and department spirit, whether he was Gru with all of us minions, part of the grammar police to serve and correct, rocking out as a rock star with our ABCD Highway to Spell shirts, or going full country with cowboy hats and bandanas. Andy always brought the energy. My personal favorite was the year we dressed in 70s attire and Andy showed up in homemade bell-bottom jeans, a tie-dyed shirt, and a headband. He also served as our official resident engineer for the district office gingerbread contest. With an X-Acto knife, glue gun, and sheer creativity, Andy could build anything we could imagine. My favorite creation was our replica of the district office, complete with dry ice smoke coming out of the gingerbread chimney. We won first place that year. I still remember a time when Andy was quite new to the department. He was on the phone with an employee and shared some information that was a little off, and I was trying to look out for him. I signaled him with some frantic sign language trying to help. We laughed about it for years, and honestly, right now, I'm doing about the same desperate signaling again, except this time it means, don't leave us, don't leave us. Andy, thank you for your dedication, your creativity, and your friendship. Sorry, as you step into this well-earned retirement, know that you've left a lasting mark on all of us. We wish you endless joy, plenty more Caesar salads, and all the time in the world to spend with your family that I know you cherish. You will be missed. Congratulations.
Okay, go give him a hug. Thank you, and congratulations, Andy. Ernie, would you please join me up here at the microphone? And you can call.
Can we please welcome Mark Waddell? Good afternoon, everyone. They say that schools don't just magically stay clean or stay running overnight. It takes people who are willing to show up shift after shift and simply put in the work. Mark was here through it all: the power outages, the fire evacuations, the plumbing emergencies, and everything in between. As our night custodian, Mark has been the one ensuring the school is ready for another day, often working beyond the scenes while the rest of the world has headed home. For 36 years, he has shown up and put in the time for Fallbrook Elementary, reaching a career length that you just don't see very often anymore. In fact, Mark stands among our top classified employees with the most years of service still actively working. Mark has seen generations of students grow up. He's seen the district change, technology evolve, and new buildings rise. He's shared his time across Mayales, Fallbrook STEM Academy, and La Paloma before finally making William H. Frazier his home for the last 17 years. I still remember meeting Mark 15 years ago on my very first day. What I first noticed immediately was his consistency. Mark is someone who truly finds his rhythm in being at work. It was a rare event to ever see him call out. He's a quiet man, but he's always been the type to step up and help out whenever he was asked. Mark, as you get ready to hang up the keys, I want you to know how much your coworkers admire what you have accomplished. To stay dedicated to one district for nearly 4 decades, it's an incredible achievement. We're also genuinely happy to see you reach this moment where you can finally trade the school hallways for your own backyard. We're all looking forward to hearing about the progress you make in your garden at home, and we hope you finally get to take those dream trips to Germany and Italy that you've been planning. You spent 36 years taking care of our environment here. Now it's finally time to go enjoy yours. Mark, thank you for your years of service. We are incredibly proud of your career, and we wish you nothing but the absolute best in your next chapter. Congratulations, Mark.
Oh, maybe, did you guys hear 36 years? Amazing. Thank you so much. Congratulations. Robert, can you join me, please?
Bob Bechtel, please come up. Good evening, everyone. Today we gather to celebrate and honor an exceptional individual, Robert Bechtel, as he retires from the Fallbrook Union Elementary School District. Bob began his career with the district in September of 2018 as a van driver and became a school bus driver on May 20th, 2019. From the very beginning, he approached his work with professionalism, compassion, and an unwavering commitment to the students he served, especially our special needs students who benefited daily from his patience, kindness, and genuine care. Anyone who has worked with Bob knows that being a school bus driver is about far more than simply transporting students from one place to another. Every morning and every afternoon, Bob carried one of the district's greatest responsibilities, the safety and well-being of our children. School bus drivers are often the first school employees students see each day and the last ones they see before heading home. Bob understood the importance of that role and fulfilled it with excellence. One of the clearest reflections of the respect Bob earned came from his fellow employees who selected him as the 2025-2026 Employee of the Year. There is perhaps no greater compliment than being recognized by your peers, the people who understand firsthand the dedication, patience, and responsibility this job requires every day. What Bob makes truly special is not only his dedication to being an outstanding driver, but also the enthusiasm and heart he brought to work each day. He genuinely enjoyed serving students and looking forward to seeing them every day. His positive attitude, professionalism, and commitment to excellence have made him a shining example of what a Fallbrook Union Elementary School District employee should strive to be. Bob, your years of service have made a lasting impact on this district and on the countless students and families whose lives you touched. The miles you drove safely, the smiles you shared, and the care you showed every day will not be forgotten. On behalf of the Fallbrook Union Elementary School District and the Transportation Department, thank you for your dedication, your compassion, and your outstanding service. We congratulate you on your retirement and wish you many years of happiness, health, and well-deserved relaxation.
Nice job. So when Mr. Bechtel called to RSVP that he was coming, he said, "Can I bring 9 people?" I said, "You betcha. Bring them all." We're so happy to have you. Congrats. Congratulations. Thank you so much. Thank you. Congratulations. My pleasure. Okay. Oops. Well, each retiree would just, you could feel the love in the room. I love hearing the fun stories, the touching moments. Truly, I think for everyone else in the room, it reaffirms why we love this district, why we love coming to work every day, love doing what we do, and it's for each other and especially for the students in the future of this community. And we know the kids here that are going to learn so much and gain so much from the wealth of this district. It will be, of course, enjoyed here in Fallbrook, but we know our students go far and wide, and really this work in this room in this district goes across the world. So congratulations to our retirees, our teachers of the year, our employees of the year, and our whole team. So Monica shared her thanks in the beginning, and I'll just reiterate what a great team we have, and especially my team in HR who makes this amazing party happen. We just want everyone to feel really special and valued, and we're so glad you came today. So thank you so much for joining us. Board members, thank you for being here and honoring our employees. I know you get to see the end results and all of the data and the expenditures, and this is what it's all about. Congratulations, everyone. That concludes our evening. If you'd love to stick around, we have a board meeting happening, and so we'll have the chairs here for your enjoyment, and our Potter Band will be kicking us off with a Star Spangled Banner. Thank you, everyone. Have a great night.
Okay, good afternoon. Hi, everyone. I'd like to call this meeting to order at 5:24 p.m. At this time, we will hear public comments specifically related to the items on the closed session agenda. Trustee Favela?
We have no comments.
Okay, thank you. So then, at this time, the board will adjourn into closed session at still 5:24 p.m. to concur regarding personnel, existing, and potential litigation. Thank you. The board has returned from closed session and is reconvening in open session at 6:21 p.m. Before we begin, please note that this meeting is being videotaped in accordance with Board Bylaw 9324, Meetings and Recordings. The video recording is part of the public record and will be made available on the district's website. This revision was made to promote transparency and accessibility for our community. During closed session in item 4C, it was recommended the governing board reject JPA claim number 26-06405 presented by Maria Gonzalez. A motion was made by Trustee Goldbeck and second by Trustee Henson, and a vote of 5-0 to reject the JPA claim 26-06405. Also, under item C, it was recommended the governing board reject JPA claim 26-06409 presented by Brooke Lewis. A motion was made by Trustee Henson and it was seconded by Trustee Moran, and a vote of 5-0 to reject the JPA claim 26-06409. It is recommended the governing board adopt the agenda as presented. Do I have a motion?
A motion.
Thank you. Do I have a second?
Second.
Thank you. Any discussion? Okay, I will call for the vote. Trustee Goldbeck? Trustee Moran? Trustee Favela?
Aye.
And Trustee Henson?
Aye.
And I also vote aye. With that, the motion passes. Now, the flag salute would be led by students from Potter Junior High School at this time.
Please rise for the Pledge of Allegiance. Take off hats and hoods. Place your right hand over your heart. Ready? Begin. I pledge allegiance to the flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all. You can sit down.
It is recommended the governing board approve the, oh, I'm sorry.
We have a musical performance.
Oh, a musical performance, okay, thank you.
All right, so we have the intermediate band from Potter Junior High and a couple of the high school students that were Potter students that are now part of our after-school music program, and they come and play with us as well. And we will start with the Star Spangled Banner, and then we're going to go into another piece that the students will announce and explain to you.
For our next piece of the concert, we will perform The Curse of Tutankhamun. Composed by Michael Story, this piece references the discovery of the tomb of the Egyptian ruler Tutankhamun after discovery in 1922. It was rumored that the finding of Tutankhamun's tomb caused misfortune, in other words, a curse. This piece captures the supernatural essence of the tomb, then transitions into the thrilling elements of Tutankhamun's curse. Experience the mystery.
Para la siguiente pieza de nuestro concierto interpretaremos la maldición de Tutankhamun compuesta por Michael Story. Esta obra hace referencia al descubrimiento de la tumba del gobernante egipcio Tutankhamun. Tras el hallazgo en 1922, se rumoreó que el descubrimiento de la tumba de Tutankhamun trajo consigo de la desgracia. En otras palabras, esta captura la esencia sobrenatural de la tumba para luego transitar hacia los elementos estremecedores de la maldición de Tutankhamun. Vivan el misterio.
Wow, 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 wow. Wow. Julia, can you join me? Can you come here? Wow, thank you so much. I mean, I think we all have a brand new favorite song. Congratulations, guys. That was amazing, right? Can you guys all show me your t-shirts? Everybody show your t-shirts proud. That is the after-school ELO band that you are witnessing tonight. So congratulations, guys. Julia, thank you. Superintendent Hazel usually gives these awards, but I'm going to save her from having to come down the steps. So let's smile for Mr. Raul here. Congratulations. Thank you. Congratulations, band. Have a great evening. Thank you for staying for us.
Thank you very much for that wonderful musical presentation. Okay, now on approve of minutes. It is recommended the governing board approve the minutes of April 23rd, 2026, regular board meeting. Do I have a motion? Do I have a motion?
Motion to approve.
Thank you. A second?
Second.
Any discussion? Okay, I will call for the vote. Trustee Henson? Trustee Favela? Trustee Moran? Trustee Goldbeck?
Aye.
And I also vote aye, so that motion passes. Now we will be moving on to reports from the board. And we'll start with Trustee Goldbeck.
Good evening, everyone. I'm Frank Golbeck, trustee Area 1. So if you live north of East Mission Road, up into Duluth and onto Camp Pendleton, but not all the way onto Camp Pendleton, I'm your trustee. So if you have questions or things you want to talk about, I'm your guy. I have 3 kids in the district and 2 on the way, and I was excited this month to get to go to Arts in the Park. Anyone else go to Arts in the Park? All right, Dennis was there, yeah. Arts in the Park is a great community event. It's at Live Oak Park, and it brings together all of the arts organizations in our community, and it's a great time with family and all kinds of community members out there having a really good time. I loved it. I also got to go to Potter's open house this week, and it was so cool to see the mood on campus be so positive, so welcoming, really a sense of cohesion and connectedness going on here at Potter. So that was awesome to see. And a lot of work continues, and I'm grateful to be here. Thanks. That's my report.
Thank you for that. Trustee Moran?
Hi, good evening. I just wanted to say congratulations to the retirees. They leave a legacy and model what is to come in the future for this school district. I also want to congratulate all the employees of the year, the teacher of the year. Great recognition, just great recognition. And I'd like to thank all of the parents and all the people who are here for this board meeting to show how much you care as much as we care for your children. So that's what I wanted to say. But thank you for being here. I really appreciate it.
Thank you for your report. Trustee Favela?
Likewise, congrats to all the teachers. Congrats on all the great work you've been doing, and to the retirees as well. Wish you the best. So I had a chance to do a couple of things over these last few weeks. I had a chance to participate in the Heroes School Lunch Day. We had a chance to serve lunch to the students at May Ellis, and it gave me an opportunity to see the great work that our CNS staff is doing, and had an opportunity to try the burgers. Great food, but in all seriousness, really appreciate all the work that the CNS staff do. To me, they're the real heroes. Get our kids fed, make sure that they're, in some cases, it's the highlight of their day. Yeah. So besides that, I attended the Potter Future Braves night, which happened here last night. I have my son is going to be promoting or moving on from May Ellis to Potter. He's going to be a big junior high school student. So it was a great event last night, well attended, very informative, and from the comments of my son, he's ready to go. So I'm sure all the other parents that attended, we're very appreciative of the event. So here we come, Junior. Back to Potter. All right.
Thank you for your report. Trustee Henson.
At this time.
Okay. And with that, it comes to me. And I also want to congratulate the retirees and the employees of the year that were just honored today. Thank you and grateful for all the work that you have done. And with that, well, now I actually wrote it down this time because there was, I wanted to be more detailed. So as part of my role as a trustee, I value the opportunities to visit our school sites and attend district events so I can see firsthand the excellent work happening across our schools. This month, I had the opportunity to participate in 2 particularly meaningful school visits. First, I accepted an invitation from our Child Nutrition Services staff and joined the team at La Paloma Elementary. During their celebration, as others on here did also, for the School Lunch Heroes Day, and it was just a wonderful to observe the cafeteria team in action. They worked with impressive efficiency, professionalism, and kindness, not only with one another, but especially with the students as they came through the lunch line. I was also pleased to see the healthy meal options being served, and even more pleased to see so many students enthusiastically choosing the vegetables to put on their trays, and some of them piled it on. They really already know they love certain. I was surprised, and I was also very happy to see that a lot of the kids really like the, is it Persian cucumbers, I believe? Yeah, with some of that red spicy stuff on top. So that was great. I got to talk to the kids, visit with them as I also participated and enjoyed my meal very much, and talked to a couple of different groups, and they were very much liked their food. So that's a great thing, besides that it's healthy. So on another visit, I joined Superintendent Hazel at, well, that one was Live Oak Elementary, excuse me, to observe students participating in our new reading program, which takes place just before the start of the school day. It was exciting to see students so engaged in learning. A special thanks to Stacy Rogati, our library technician, and her assistant, who had everything organized and ready before the kids came in. So the little notepads and their, what do you call it, the headphones and their notepads, everything was ready for them as they came in. So what stood out the most was the one-on-one instruction model, where one tutor dedicated to each student on the laptop. And it was inspiring to witness firsthand the students' engagement and to hear about the progress that they are making, strengthening their reading skills. This is a significant investment in our students, and one that reflects our district's commitment to providing meaningful opportunities that directly support student success. And lastly, last week I joined Trustee Goldbeck and Superintendent Hazel and Assistant Superintendent Farias for a meeting with Jessica Sanchez from the EMC Research. She will be presenting later this evening on the results of the district bond survey, and I appreciate the thoughtful work that has gone into gathering that information for the community and the feedback from the community. These visits continue to remind me how much dedication, care, and excellence exists throughout our district, from our support staff and teachers to our administrators and students. It is always an honor to witness that firsthand and share it with our community. Thank you very much. And next, if you would share your report, Superintendent.
Thank you very much. There has been everybody knows, they call it, was it Maycember? Because everything happens in May. So there's been so much that's happened in April and May since last time we got together. So as usual, I have a lot of things that I'd love to highlight. So I wanted to start off and just share that this month, May is Mental Health Awareness Month. And in your packets, our student services team gave you a small ribbon. in celebration of mental health awareness. And we know that student success is deeply connected to student wellness. And in Fallbrook, we're deeply committed to creating a safe, supportive, and inclusive school where every child feels seen, connected, and cared for. So just wanting to highlight Mental Health Awareness Month. Next, Trustee Golbeck talked about Arts in the Park. Here's a great family picture. I brought my daughter and my husband, and the park was packed. And just a giant thank you to everyone in the community who pulls together to support this wonderful event. And I'm proud of our district for continuing to really support it. Next, we talked about the lunch heroes. So I don't know, President McBride and Trustee Favela, if you knew, but we snapped some photos of you during Lunch Hero Day. And so I had an opportunity to go to Mary Fay Pendleton, which has over almost 880 students, and they served them like fast as a snap with giant smiles and love and efficiency. And the kids also loved the salad bar. So, but here's a cute picture of President McBride, Trustee Favela, myself, and Wilma Shaw, the assistant principal, with the CNS team celebrating Lunch Hero Day. Next, this has been, again, the month of appreciation, and Fallbrook does an amazing job of taking time to thank the people who work in our district. And so this is just one more thank you to all of our staff for what they put in every day. And I know that our Teachers of the Year and our Employees of the Year, we have 800 people that we could recognize here up on stage because everyone in Fallbrook gives 100%, and I'm just so proud to support this district. So here's just some wonderful events that happened at schools and at the district office, and just lots of appreciation across the district. You talked about the Ignite Reading. We've been doing a pilot for Ignite Reading, and it's through our Before School Learning program. And so we have 20 students at every school that are coming to school early, and they are logging on, and they have an individual live tutor that's helping them with their reading, like you talked about. And so here's just a couple pictures of our kids working hard before school. A quick shout out in the room, Jen Mariucci. Yay! Let's give her a round of applause. Not only is she our Teachers Union president, and she's going to be presenting tonight in the support of the math program, she also runs our new teacher induction program, and this is one of my favorite programs in the district. We partner every new teacher in our district with a mentor. And for 2 years, they work side by side with their mentor. They meet every week. The mentor supports them in their classroom instruction. And so this was the graduation and their culmination of their inquiry projects. And that happened just yesterday. And we're so proud of these new teachers that are coming in with like the best new ideas to bring to our district and innovation. So I'm just so proud of them. And finally, I would love to share with you and honor Sophia Caralampio is in the audience. Sophia, please stand up. I think Dr. Husing's going to give you your award. We are so proud of Sophia. She is a student here at Potter Junior High. She traveled up to Monterey with the Migrant Education Program, and she was on the debate team. And not only did she participate in the debate team, she won first place in the state of California. And we couldn't be more proud of her. So, Sophia, congratulations. Thank you. Do you want to say anything? Not just to put her on the spot.
Well, I just want to thank everybody that made this day for me, all the people that helped me along the way, especially my parents. I love you guys. Always pushing me to do different things, but I'm so happy to have all of that. I just want to say thank you once again.
Thank you. We are so proud of you. Thank you for representing Fallbrook so nicely.
Okay. At this time, we will hear public comments related to items on the open session agenda, as well as non-agenda items within the board's jurisdiction. Trustee Favela, do we have speakers?
No, we do. No, we don't.
Okay. So thank you. With that, we will move on to presentation. We will now hear a presentation on the mathematics instructional material selection and an overview of the selection process.
There you go. Thank you much. Good evening, Superintendent Hazel, President McBride, trustees, and cabinet. I am Jen Mariucci. I'm the proud president of the Fallbrook Elementary Teachers Association and proud coach at Fallbrook STEM Academy. Joining me this evening, colleagues, Miss Drea Gersman, Miss Megan Cornforth, Mr. Michael Goodbody, and the biggest stars of our show are mathematicians Raquel and Harper. Together, we're here to present what has been a deeply collaborative, evidence-based process to bring the very best mathematics curriculum to our students here in Fallbrook.
Superintendent Hazel, board trustees, good evening. We're thrilled to share our mathematics adoption journey with you and our community tonight. As we walk through our process, you'll notice a deep intentional connection between how we engage with our families and staff and the district's core board goals. Tonight we'll highlight our community and staff engagement process and how we developed a shared vision for the teaching and learning of mathematics here in Fallbrook. Most importantly, we'll show you the data and you'll hear directly from our teachers how their voices directed our search for high quality instructional materials from day one. To ensure a rigorous and effective process, we partnered with UC San Diego Create, the California Math Project, and Student Achievement Partners. Thanks to these relationships and funding from the Gates Foundation, we proudly joined the ALMA for SD network. ALMA stands for Advancing Leadership Through Math Adoption. As the first district to complete the pilot process, Fallbrook has been leading the way in this initiative, sharing our insights and learning across the entire San Diego region. I will now hand it off to Ms. Mariucci to share more detail about our process with you.
We knew that for this adoption to be successful, it had to be a true partnership. I'm incredibly proud of the shared vision, decision-making process we built between district leadership and teachers. We intentionally formed a diverse committee composed of veteran teachers and newer teachers from across our district to ensure a wide range of perspectives were heard and valued. Our team included 25 general education teachers, ensuring that absolutely every single grade level had a voice at the table. We were also joined by 6 instructional coaches and 3 educational specialists. Together, we represent a comprehensive team. This journey began last school year in March. When we started by deep diving into our district data. In April, we began digging into the new California Mathematics Framework to inform our vision. This school year, we committed to a process where all voices would be heard, anchored by a roadmap for both the overall timeline and each meeting we held. By November, we had established our strict criteria for new materials, which led us directly into our rigorous pilot phase from January through April of this year. The culmination of this rigorous process brings us here tonight, where we will confidently make our final recommendation for adopting a K-8 math curriculum.
Because robust community engagement is critical, we utilized Parent Square to reach nearly 6,000 recipients. We were pleased to receive 164 highly detailed responses, spanning families from TK all the way through 8th grade. Our families shared their preferences for physical versus digital materials and what they hope for the future of math in our district. We firmly believe that the community partnerships and family involvement are the bedrock of student success. Therefore, it was vital that parent voices directly shape our future vision for teaching and learning mathematics. In your board materials, you'll find a copy of that vision. We believe a vision shouldn't just live on paper, it must live and breathe in our classrooms every single day. To make it actionable, it includes clear competencies and aspirations for both our learners and our educators. Grounded in the California Math Framework, this vision was thoughtfully crafted by our teachers, keeping our families' input front and center. Using this shared vision, we established our non-negotiables, the essential components that any new curriculum must have before being considered. You have a copy of the rubric we use to systematically evaluate materials in front of you. To share what that evaluation looked like in practice, I'll now turn it over to Ms. Cornforth.
Our math adoption team met to align our curriculum with our core vision for teaching and learning. Using a specialized narrowing tool, grade level teams dove into the materials, gathered data, and held collaborative discussions to find the best fit for our students. This wasn't just a top-down decision. Ultimately, teachers drove our final selection, ensuring that our next steps are backed by the experts in our classrooms. To illustrate our process, we used a funnel approach to select the best math curriculum for our students. We began in November with 8 different curricula, which we were able to narrow down to 4 by early December. After further evaluation and deep dive discussions, we were able to select our 2 finalists, Amplify and iReady Classroom Math.
As a teacher who participated in this pilot, I can share that the process was both intentional and deeply focused on the needs of all students and the shared goals of our district and parents. Every teacher on the committee piloted each program for 5 weeks, and after a full day of training for each one, teachers dove into the curriculum, the lessons, the materials, and the assessments, and we analyzed each program's effectiveness as a tool to meet the diverse needs of our students. Throughout the pilot, teachers documented and provided feedback on the successes and the challenges of each program. We filled out daily and weekly surveys, and we met as grade level teams to compare and our experiences and to engage in discussion and share our data with each other. Additionally, students' feedback was captured at the end of each survey, or at the end of each pilot through a survey. Throughout our time, we had the support of curriculum representatives and trainers to answer our questions in real time.
Following the classroom experience, we synthesized our data from the community, students, and teachers, focusing on the bright spots and the pain points of each program. Focusing on vertical articulation between our grade level spans, we ensured the curriculum builds logical across grade levels. All of this brought us to the ultimate question: do these piloted programs meet our high level expectations? The overall consensus was yes. Amplify does just that. Now I'm going to turn it over to our 2 most important people on our team tonight, Raquel and Harper, to share their experiences.
Our school has chosen Amplify because Amplify's program has multiple beneficial resources and it is very convenient for our learning. Amplify is very helpful with explaining what the student did wrong with the question and great at explaining what was the correct way to do it. One special feature liked by many students was the sun feature. The sun feature would explain what the question was asking and the correct steps to get to the right answer. The sun feature also explained why we did those steps and how we got the answer. Amplify helped me feel more confident in what I know in math. and helps me persevere through hard questions. Furthermore, Amplify is great at making me feel more comfortable in getting questions wrong because I know Amplify will always correct me and give me a second try. Additionally, Amplify has multiple learning exercises like games to help us challenge our knowledge and use our learning to practice how we play. Overall, Amplify is a great program with numerous benefits for our learning.
Good evening, board members, teachers, and families. Have you ever had trouble doing math? This year, my teacher used Amplify for math. In my opinion, Amplify was a great learning experience. First, it was fun. For example, for me, math has always been boring, but now it is really fun. Once we voted for characters to be in a play, they made a picture graph of that data. Next, it was different from the other math programs because it was easy to understand but challenging. For example, math used to be super easy and I wouldn't learn, but now it is challenging and it pushes me. Finally, I like how we work in groups. For example, once our group had to measure chickens and pick one that would be good for the story character. We also had to find objects and measure them to create a line plot. As you can see, I think we should use Amplify for our math.
Thank you, ladies. During the Amplify pilot, students were engaged in mathematical conversations. They were engaged in problem solving and connecting math to real-world situations, as you heard from the girls. And my students loved it. Throughout our time, students had multiple hands-on lessons that built their conceptual understanding of measurement, time, and data with scaled graphs. Students measured items in the room to create their own line plots. They measured chicks and they made posters with teams. They surveyed the class and made their own scaled picture graphs. During the Amplify pilot, my students were excited about math and they often told me, I love this, and they would cheer when it was math time. Amplify supported students' learning with the use of manipulatives and multiple opportunities to practice skills and concepts in a real way.
And that brings us to our final recommendation. It is with excitement and 100% consensus among our FUESD pilot teachers that I bring forward Amplify Desmos Math California as our new math curriculum for your consideration. Amplify stands out because it offers a genuinely problem-based approach built on strong conceptual foundations. The curriculum engages students with hands-on lessons and continuous spiral review. We saw high expectations balanced with personalized supports for our students alongside consistent math language routines in every single grade level. The lessons and practices are deeply integrated in our state standards, and the program aligns beautifully with the priorities of our community. My apologies, I'm not done. Most importantly, we saw the impact in the classroom, student feedback, highlighted improved confidence and genuine enjoyment of math time. Our educators have been asking for highly qualified materials that truly meet the diverse needs of their students, and I'm excited about the prospect of finally putting these exceptional resources in their hands. Thank you for supporting our collaborative process.
Too often in education, school systems adopt new materials and leave it up to teachers to figure them out. I'm incredibly proud of the intentionality and care driving the rollout of this curriculum. We are fully committed to supporting our educators every single step, from the moment they unbox their resources to the moment that Amplify Desmos truly comes alive in their classrooms. As we move into this adoption, we recognize the opportunity we have to promote high-quality teaching practices in every classroom. Training will support high-quality instruction while preparing teachers to implement a new curricular resource. This quote from Joe Bowler perfectly captures our intent here in Fallbrook. Mathematics should be flexible, conceptual, and a place where we invite creativity to transform the student experience. We heard clearly from our families and educators that we must build confidence and precision through collaborative real-world problem solving. Tonight, we are not simply recommending a new textbook, we are proposing a collaborative effort to bring our shared vision of teaching and learning to life across our entire school district. Thank you, and we would now like to open it up to any questions that you might have.
I had a quick question for you.
Yeah, please.
That last slide, did I see 100% of kids wanted this? Is that right?
100% of teachers in our final consensus that this Ms. Mariarchi referred to.
Cool.
President McBride. May I make a comment?
Go
Thank
ahead.
you.
Yes.
Students cheered when it was math time. That is awesome. Some days. Okay, all right. I think that's such a great opportunity to start with, and seeing that roll out throughout the district and that kind of enthusiasm and empowerment is really aligned with, I think, what I'd love to see from our discussions as a board, where we'd love to see math go in our district. So thank you for all the work and for presenting this.
I just want to take a moment and thank you for leading and being such strong teacher leaders, and thank you, Michael, for leading this as well, and Dr. Curcio in the audience. This is a big process for us. This is a big expenditure. We're going to have this adoption for a long time, and so it was really important that our teachers have a strong voice in you're the experts in the classroom, and so that we work together as a team. You tested it out, you tried it, you had lots of discussions, and I think that's how we need to make decisions in this district. And so I'm just so proud of how the whole team worked together, our administrators, our teacher coaches, our students, and to really come to this consensus. So thank you for engaging in this very thorough process.
Any other comments? No? Okay, well, thank you very much.
Thank you, and I'd like to give an award to Harper and to Raquel. Can you come on up on the stage for us? Let's give them a round of applause. Our customers are our students and our parents, and it's so important to us in Fallbrook that we listen to our children. My favorite place to be is in the classroom, and I happened to be the day before the teachers were voting on the final adoption materials, and I was at Mary Faye Pendleton, and two of the kids grabbed me and said, "Mrs. Hazel, make sure that we adopt Amplify." And they grabbed me and showed me all of the different really cool manipulatives and tools that were part of the program. And that means something to us. When our kids grab us and tell us, this is what we need for our learning, we gotta listen. So thank you. And let me come on over and let's give another round of applause, Harper and Raquel.
Congratulations, girls. With that, we're moving to the presentation. Dr. Leah Crucio, Senior Director of Curriculum and Instruction, will support a parent-led presentation for the governing board on the District English Learner Advisory Committee and District Advisory Committee of DAC.
So good evening, Governing Board, President McBride, Superintendent Hazel, and our Fallbrook community. I'd like to welcome up Lupita Salmaron, our DLAC-DAC President, Azucena Hernandez, another one of our lovely dedicated committee members. And tonight, we'll be talking about DLAC and DAC in a bilingual presentation. So we're going to be joined by Priscilla Ambris, who's going to help us get through our work together. And we're just going to share about our accomplishments and highlights from our needs assessment.
Buenas tardes, mesa directiva, superintendente Hazel y comunidad de FUESD. Me gustaría dar la bienvenida al podio a Lupita Salmerón, nuestra presidenta de DLAC-DAC, y a Azucena Hernández de nuestro comité DLAC y DAC. Esta noche estaremos compartiendo información sobre el Comité Asesor Distrital para Aprendices de Inglés y el Comité Asesor Distrital en una presentación bilingüe, por lo que también los acompaño yo, Priscilla Ambris. Ellas compartirán nuestro trabajo y los logros de este año, incluyendo los aspectos destacados de la evaluación de necesidades del distrito.
At the end of the day, the most overwhelming key to a child's success is positive involvement of parents.
Al final del día, la clave más importante para el éxito de un niño es la participación positiva de los padres.
So beyond the legal and program compliance pieces, DLAC and DAC, we believe our parents and our community should have a voice in our schools and in our district. We recognize that strong parent and community partners support success of our students and our schools. DLAC is formed when we have at least 51 English learners in our community. Our district serves over 1,200 English learners. And DAC is formed when we receive Title I funds, and we have over 3,700 students that are eligible Title I students. As you will see, the committee has voice in our state and federal programs and in our district. Half of our meetings are EL topics, and half of our meetings are based on Title I. While DLAC meets the requirements of Title I, our bylaws also support voice from all of our schools, including our base schools, who don't have ELACs yet. Changes all the time.
Más allá de los requisitos legales y programáticos para formar un DLAC y un DAC, creemos que nuestros padres de familia y la comunidad deben tener voz en nuestras escuelas y dentro de nuestro distrito. Reconocemos que contar con padres de familia y miembros de la comunidad como socios sólidos apoya el éxito de nuestros estudiantes y escuelas. El DLAC se forma cuando un distrito atiende a más de 51 estudiantes aprendices de inglés, y el DAC se forma cuando recibimos fondos del Título 1. Cada año atendemos aproximadamente a 1,200 estudiantes aprendices de inglés y servimos a más de 3,700 estudiantes que califican para el Título 1. Como podrán ver, el comité tiene voz en los programas estatales y federales, dedicando la mitad de sus reuniones a temas relacionados con el programa de aprendices de inglés, el program, y 3 reuniones a temas relacionados con el Título 1. Aunque el DLAC cumple con los requisitos del Título 1, nuestros estatutos apoyan la participación y representación de todas nuestras escuelas Título 1, incluyendo nuestras escuelas en la base militar que no cuentan con ELACs, menos de 31 estudiantes aprendices de inglés en la escuela.
Buenas noches, mi nombre es Azucena Hernández. En DLAC y DAC tuvimos 6 reuniones anuales. Estas fueron realizadas los lunes por la noche. el cual 3 de ellos se contó con la asistencia de representantes en cada escuela DAC. Como parte de eso asistieron 2 padres, un docente y 2 estudiantes. Cabe mencionar que en cada reunión se contó con la presencia de un administrador del sitio. Este año hubo talleres de matemática. También se pidió colaboración en la toma de decisiones y apoyo a los grupos asesores de padres, los cuales tomaron decisiones e hicieron recomendaciones basadas en datos y aprobando planes a nivel distrito, en los cuales proporcionaron orientación y apoyo a los ILAC del sitio, proveyendo más oportunidades de participación de los padres.
In DLAC and DAC, we held 6 annual meetings. These were conducted on Monday evenings, and at 3 of them, representatives from each school were in attendance. As part of this, there were 2 parents, 1 teacher, and 2 students present. It is worth mentioning that each meeting included the presence of a site administrator. This year, there was also a mathematics workshop. In addition, collaboration was requested in the decision-making process and in supporting parent advisory groups. These groups made decisions and recommendations. These groups made decisions and recommendations based on data and approved district-level plans. They also provided guidance and support to the site ELACs, offering more opportunities for parent involvement and participation.
En la evaluación de necesidades del distrito, se evalúan los componentes principales del trabajo de comité.
In the district needs assessment, the main components of the committee's work are evaluated.
Vamos a continuar con la evaluación anual de necesidades del distrito. Este ciclo escolar, como todos los anteriores, ha sido un año lleno de aprendizajes, no solo para los estudiantes, sino también para los padres de familia. Por eso, puedo asegurar que nosotros como padres cada vez nos sentimos más cómodos compartiendo nuestras opiniones con la seguridad que nuestra voz se escuchará. Es por eso que el 84% de los padres se siente igual que yo. Y hablando de la seguridad en la escuela, tenemos un resultado muy positivo con un 95% de padres expresando que es buena. En lo personal, si yo siento que mis hijos están seguros en la escuela, mi labor y desempeño como padre de familia es positiva y fuerte. También, del 28% de encuestas regresadas este año, 60% de los padres reconocen que los talleres ofrecidos son interesantes.
Let's continue with the district's annual needs assessment. This school year, like all the previous ones, has been a year full of learning not only for the students, but also for the parents. Because of this, I can confidently say that as parents, we feel increasingly comfortable sharing our opinions, knowing that our voices will be heard. That is why 84% of parents feel the same way I do. And speaking about school safety, we have a very positive result, with 95% of parents expressing that it is good. Personally, when I feel that my children are safe at school, my role and performance as a parent are positive and strong. Also, from the 28% of surveys returned this year, 60% of parents acknowledge that the workshops offered are interesting.
Buenas noches, otra vez. Yo soy Lupita Salmerón y voy a hablar sobre lo que pasó este año. Lo que creemos que es clave en los comentarios de las encuestas es que las familias necesitan apoyo emocional, académico y actividades extracurriculares, teniendo al final un enfoque en apoyo integral. Además, tener acceso y flexibilidad de recursos fuera del horario de clases para que se puedan adaptar los padres que trabajan a tiempo completo. Las familias también mencionaron que la seguridad y concientización sobre el acoso escolar es muy importante y se debería orientar a los estudiantes qué hacer y con quién pueden hablar y además advertirles cómo se aplicará la disciplina y las consecuencias pertinentes. Por último, debería mencionar que los padres necesitamos más herramientas y conocimiento para poder ayudar a nuestros estudiantes en todos los ámbitos académicos. Este es un punto clave para que los padres tomemos parte en su camino al éxito académico, social y emocional, porque como dijimos al principio, al final del día, la clave más poderosa para el éxito de un niño es la participación positiva de los padres.
This year, what we believe is most important in the survey comments is that families need emotional support, academic support, and extracurricular activities, ultimately focusing on comprehensive support. In addition, needing access to resources and flexibility outside of school hours so they can accommodate parents who work full-time. Families also mentioned that safety and awareness regarding bullying are very important. Students should be guided on what to do and who they can talk to, as well as informed about how discipline will be applied and the corresponding consequences. Lastly, it should be mentioned that parents need more tools and knowledge in order to help our students in all academic areas. This is a key point so that parents can take part in their children's academic, social, and emotional path to success. Because at the end of the day, the most powerful key to a child's success is positive parental involvement.
En las recomendaciones que tenemos para nuestra mesa directiva tome en cuenta, tenemos los apoyos para los padres, tales como talleres basados en las opiniones previas de las encuestas, entre los cuales destacaron el enfoque en apoyar el crecimiento personal de los padres, es decir, la educación financiera en inglés como segundo idioma. También cada escuela en particular creemos que debería tomar en cuenta las sugerencias de los padres para organizar al menos un taller basado en los resultados de las encuestas de dicho plantel en particular. Así se cubriría la mayor de las necesidades del distrito en general y, por supuesto, no dejando de lado algo de suma importancia. Nos gustaría que el distrito continúe ofreciendo clases de bellas artes, tales como música, danza y artes visuales. Las bellas artes, en mi opinión, son disciplinas, como su nombre lo dice, son bellas y además es arte. Ya vimos a nuestra banda de Potter Junior High, lo bello que toca, ¿verdad? Así que necesitamos tal vez más clases de lo mismo, o que no desaparezcan por lo menos. Estudios han demostrado que estas disciplinas promueven el desarrollo de las habilidades como la creatividad, la imaginación, el pensamiento crítico y la resolución de problemas. Además, el arte ofrece una forma de comunicación única y universal que incluso traspasa barreras lingüísticas y culturales. También estamos muy interesados en ampliar oportunidades de crecimiento extracurricular a corto plazo para todos. Sinceramente, como madre de familia les digo, si obtenemos las herramientas necesarias, los estudiantes de DLAC tendrán más oportunidades para dejar de estar en desventajas en comparación con el resto.
Recommendations we have for our school board to take into consideration. We include support for parents, such as workshops based on the previous survey responses. Among the most important topics are supporting parents' personal growth, financial education, and English as a second language. Additionally, each individual school should take parent suggestions into account in order to organize at least one workshop based on the survey results from that particular school. That way, most of the district's needs as a whole will be addressed. And of course, without overlooking something of utmost importance. We would like the district to continue offering fine arts classes such as music, dance, and visual arts. Fine arts, in my opinion, are disciplines that, as their name says, are beautiful and are also art. Like Potter Junior High's band that played very beautifully tonight, so keep those classes coming. They are an essential part of culture and society. Studies have shown that these disciplines promote the development of skills such as creativity, imagination, critical thinking, and problem solving. In addition, art offers a unique and universal form of communication that even transcends linguistic and cultural barriers. We are also very interested in expanding short-term extracurricular growth opportunities for everyone. Sincerely, as a mother, I tell you this. If we obtain the necessary tools, DLAC students will have more opportunities to stop being at a disadvantage compared to others.
Hay varias metas en las cuales trabajar, pero también debemos reconocer los logros obtenidos este año. Por ejemplo, se ha revisado el Plan de Control Local y Rendición de Cuentas, LCAP, aportando valiosas ideas. Se ha revisado el anexo federal de LCAP, Plan del Título 3. Se actualizaron los criterios de reclasificación del distrito y se proporcionaron temas de interés para las reuniones de ILAC en los planteles escolares.
There are several goals to work on, but we must also recognize the achievements that have been made. For example, the Local Control and Accountability Plan, LCAP, was reviewed, providing valuable input and ideas. The federal addendum to the LCAP and Title III plan was reviewed. The district's reclassification criteria were updated. Topics of interest for ELAC meetings at school sites were provided as well.
Cada año nos reunimos como comité para traer ideas y temas de interés para abordar durante el ciclo escolar. También estamos pendientes sobre cómo las escuelas y el distrito apoyan a los estudiantes y además hablamos sobre cómo apoyar a las familias para que faciliten su participación en las escuelas y el distrito en general.
Each year, we come together as a committee to bring forward ideas and topics of interest to address during the school year. We also stay informed about how the schools and the district support students, and we discuss ways to support families so that they can more easily participate in the schools and the district overall.
Es la última. Falta una. Última, ¿ok? Aunque a veces no parezca, porque nos vemos relajados y sonreímos durante las juntas que tenemos cada vez, el comité se esfuerza por hacer bien su trabajo y por dar mejor apoyo a las escuelas para cumplir con las metas de tener el mayor número de estudiantes reclasificados cada año. Tratamos de poner en marcha las mejores ideas que juntos traemos a la mesa en cada junta para obtener el mejor resultado posible. Gracias por darnos este espacio para dar a conocer datos, resultados y expresar solicitudes. Hoy estuvimos pocos hablando, pero representamos a más de 1,200 estudiantes en el distrito. Doctora Curcio. Gracias por su ayuda siempre que la necesitamos y a los miembros de la mesa directiva que se han tomado el tiempo para asistir a nuestras reuniones. Es muy significativo saber que están al pendiente de nuestras familias aprendices de inglés. Es gratificante el interés y la fe que depositan en nosotros, que es lo que los hace incluir a los padres, a nuestros padres en sus metas. Señora Hazel, gracias por estar presente siempre en cada una de nuestras reuniones, aportando su experiencia y humanidad para nuestras familias. Eso hace un cambio positivo en la educación. Si alguien quiere participar o hacer alguna pregunta, es el momento. Les podemos contestar, yo en español, en inglés, ellas. Gracias.
Although it may not always seem, because we appear relaxed and smile at every meeting, the committee works hard to do its job well and to provide the best support possible to the schools in achieving the goal of having the highest number of reclassified students. We strive to put into action the best ideas that we bring together to the table at each meeting in order to achieve the best possible results. Thank you for giving us this space to share data, results, and express requests. Today, only a few of us spoke, but we represent more than 1,200 students in the district. Dr. Curcio, thank you for your help whenever we need it, and thanks as well to the members of the school board who take the time to attend our meetings. It is very meaningful to know that you are attentive to our English learner families. The interest and trust you place in us is truly appreciated, and it is what leads you to include our parents in these goals. Ms. Hazel, thank you for always being present at our meetings, contributing your experience to support our families. That makes a positive difference in education. If anyone would like to participate or ask any questions about our presentation, now is the time. If I do not know how to answer, Dr. Curcio is here to help us as always. Thank you for your time.
No questions? No me queda nada más que decir gracias. Gracias por escucharnos.
I don't have anything else to say, but thank you for listening.
Thank you. I would love to just share some comments. It's just been an absolute pleasure to participate on DLAC this year. And DAC, the leaders that you see here are just the finest leaders in the district. And any meeting that you're a part of, people come. You invite them, parents come, whether it's our DLAC, DAC meetings, or if it's our migrant parent meetings, the room is packed because of you and your positive leadership. And I just thank you for the partnership, and I really appreciate you being able to share and have hard conversations, to tell us what you feel like is going well, and then to share with us what's not going well in areas that we need to improve. And that's so important to me. So just thank you back for your support. That was a lot, sorry.
La señora Hazel solamente les quiere dar las gracias por ser los líderes que son. Ella dice que son líderes de muy alto calibre y está muy agradecida por el servicio que prestan a nuestros estudiantes y a nuestra comunidad. Para ella es un honor y un placer estar en las juntas y poder apoyar el excelente trabajo que ustedes laboran día a día.
Muchas gracias por su presentación. ¿Alguien tiene algo que decir? Any discussion here? Any comments? Yes.
Sí, muchas gracias por su presentación. Es un placer siempre escuchar de sus avances y el trabajo que hacen. Más quería preguntar a ver si pueden repetir algunas de las cifras que mencionaron para tomar buenas notas aquí. Dijeron que representan a 1,200 estudiantes, ¿verdad? Más o menos, ajá. Y también escuché algo sobre 3,000 estudiantes de alguna forma. No sé si escuché mal, pero lo pueden aclarar un poco.
So the committee serves two capacities.
Let me repeat that in English. I thank them for showing up today. It's always a pleasure to hear of the updates and the work that's happening. And I'm just asking to help clarify some of the numbers and information that was shared. I heard that the DLAC represents 1,200 students, but I also heard something about 3,000 students as well.
Yeah, we serve two capacities. One, DLAC, the English Learner Advisory Committee at district level, and that's just over 1,200 students this year. But we also work with the Title I programs. So that's the other 3,700. all the voices are represented, and that's why I mentioned that 3 of the meetings, all of our schools, including the base schools who don't have ELACs, still come and have a voice. And when we talk about LCAP, they have a voice. Because we focus on English learners, but half the meetings are also on all of our students.
Thank you. And then there was a mention of 51%. That's supposed to trigger when a DLAC is formed. I don't know if you can clarify that.
When there are district-wide, you have to have a DLAC if you have more than 51 English learners. And at a school site, you have to have an ELAC if you have at least 31.
Okay, thank you. And gracias por sus recomendaciones. Espero que los vamos a tomar en cuenta aquí. Thank you for your recommendations as well. Yeah.
Gracias.
Any other comments? No? Okay, with that, thank you so much. Thank you. Okay, going on to presentation for bond polling results. We will now hear from Ms. Jessica Polsky Sanchez with EMC Research, who will present on bond polling results.
Good evening. Okay, thank you so much. My name is Jessica Polsky Sanchez. I am with EMC Research, and I'll present to you the results of the survey of voters here in the district about a potential bond measure. Before we go into some key findings and then detailed results, I'll share a few notes on the methodology for the survey. So as mentioned, this is a survey of voters here in the district. We surveyed likely November 2026 voters using mixed mode methodology. So that incorporates live telephone interviews as well as online interviews by text and email invitation to a random and representative sample of likely voters. We conducted the interviews between April 15th and 30th. It is a sample size of 400 interviews in total, which carries a margin of error of plus or minus 4.9 percentage points. So to interpret that margin of error, we want to keep in mind that with the overall results, plus or minus 4.9 percentage points means that the results may be about 5 percentage points over or under the numbers that you'll see shared here. And we did conduct interviews in both English and Spanish languages. So as I mentioned, I'll share some key findings and then the detailed results, and then I'll be happy to answer questions. We do see in this survey that support for a potential bond measure for the district meets the necessary threshold for passage in this poll at this point in time. When it comes to the projects and the components of a potential measure that voters prioritize, we see that essential and urgent upgrades and need for repairs, like fixing failing roofs, plumbing, and electrical systems, these rise to the top of the priority list. We also see that providing funding without increasing current tax rates, as well as qualifying for state matching funds, are very important aspects of a potential bond measure. We also see some warning signs in that tax hesitancy is high and that many voters expect worsening conditions, economic conditions over the next 6 months. But that said, we also see that most of the voters believe that raising taxes would be worthwhile in order to maintain high quality schools. So a few notes on the overall issue environment. On this slide, you can see perhaps some conflicting news. On the one hand, on the left-hand side, we are seeing that 64% of voters say that things in their local community are generally going in the right direction. Now, this question is not about the local school district, It is simply about the way they think things in the community are going. So majority are optimistic. 33%, on the other hand, say things are off on the wrong track. But on the right-hand side of this slide, we asked, thinking about the future, how do you expect economic conditions to be 6 months from now? And you can see that the plurality, 46%, expect conditions to be worse than they are today. 27% expect them to be better, and 27% expect about the same. We asked voters about their perception of the need for additional funding for Fallbrook Union Elementary School District schools. We asked, do you think that they have a great need for more money, some need for more money, little need for more money, or no real need for more money? And you can see on this slide, overall, among all respondents, that 70% see either a great need or some need for additional funding. On the other side, we see about 1 in 4, 26%, who see little or no real need for additional funding. And with this question, we also find it helpful to look at the results among this subgroup of respondents who are also parents of those attending the district schools right now. They do represent a rather small portion of our overall sample. Only 15% are parents as well as likely voters in our sample. But that said, we understand that they might know a little bit more than the average voter about the need for funding. And so you can see when we look at the results among that subgroup on the bottom half here, that the vast majority, 86%, see a need for additional funding, 51% see a great need for additional funding. So we also ask voters how they would rate Fallbrook Union Elementary School District on its overall job and core responsibilities. Now, remember that these are voters, not the internal community. So what we're doing is measuring overall perceptions of the voter community with these questions. So we ask them to rate the overall job the district is doing on a scale from excellent, good, only fair to poor. And you can see the majority, 57%, give a positive rating of the overall job the district is doing. About half rate the quality of education positively. More than half, 57%, rate the physical condition of school buildings, classrooms, and grounds positively. And then voters are more divided when it comes to management of district monies. Here are a couple of questions that we asked to understand how voters are feeling about taxes very generally. So you can see here we asked, do you agree or disagree with these two statements? On the top, maintaining the quality of our schools should be a top priority, even if it means raising taxes. And you can see 30% somewhat agree, 33% somewhat agree, and 30% strongly agree. So a total of 63% agree with that statement. The majority kind of sharing the value of maintaining quality schools, even if that means raising taxes. However, we're mindful that there is some tax hesitancy. On the bottom there, you can see 56% at least somewhat agree with the statement, I generally oppose increases to taxes regardless of what they're used for. So a little bit of conflict between these two statements, but what gives us some optimism is that 63%, more than 56%, believe it is worthwhile to maintain quality schools, even if it means raising taxes. Onto a potential bond measure. So we presented voters in the survey with this potential ballot question, which would ask voters to approve a $76 million bond measure. And we said, if the election were held today, would you vote yes or no on this measure? And for those who are undecided, which are very few, we did follow up, which way would you lean toward voting yes or no? And so those leans are incorporated into these data as well. You can see that 59% initially said they would vote yes on this measure, and another 1% were undecided but lean toward yes, for a total of 60% yes in this initial ask. 37% said they would vote no, and 3% remain undecided. So that overall level of support on this initial ask among all respondents is at 60% total yes. That exceeds the 55% threshold that is necessary for passage, but keep in mind with an overall margin of error of plus or minus about 5 percentage points, that means that the measure could be right on the margin at that 55% threshold overall. Knowing that the district is interested in evaluating the feasibility of a measure for either this November or a future election potentially, we wanted to look at some of the support among some of the demographic subgroups that vary in their proportions depending on which election we are looking at. And so you can see here overall support is shown overall as well as by demographic subgroups on the left-hand side. So for example, we are looking at support among men versus women. And then you can see in parentheses, the proportion that each group makes up of the overall sample is shown in parentheses. Men make up 46% of our likely voter sample, and 53% of men say they would vote yes on this measure. Support is higher among women. It is also higher among younger voters under 50. And then we see overwhelming support among Democrats and Republicans supporting at 45%, no party preference voters at 54%. We also see overwhelming support among those who are also parents as well as likely voters. On the question of vote propensity, which is towards the middle of this slide, we divided our sample into what we call new or infrequent voters. They voted in 0 to 3 out of the last 6 statewide elections. Frequent voters who voted in 4 to 5 out of 6, and then perfect voters who voted in all 6 of the last 6 statewide elections. And you can see there are minor differences in support between these groups, but not major differences. And support is above 55% within each of these groupings. Keep in mind that the margin of error is higher. So there's a bigger margin for smaller subgroups. So we just want to be mindful of that when looking at support by demographic subgroups here. So moving on to some questions that we included about voter priorities. So these are some of the components that could make up how a measure would be used and some of the various aspects of a potential bond measure. And we asked voters on a scale from 1 to 7, where 1 is not at all important and 7 is very important, how would they rate each one of these? And they were provided all of these questions in a randomized order, depending on the respondents. But what we did here is we ordered each of the items based on the responses in the survey, with those that got the highest portion of 7s, the very important numbers, shown at the top, moving down the list. One thing that you can take away immediately from the slide is that every single one of these projects or components is important to more than half of voters. But rising to the top of the list are items that have to do with maintaining school safety and replacing or repairing failing systems like decaying water pipes, roofs, qualifying for state matching funds, and updating local schools without increasing tax rates are also very important aspects of this potential measure. And I'll point out that the items that you see in bold here are also projects that were mentioned in the ballot question itself that we tested in the poll. All of these overwhelmingly important to the voter public. The next couple of slides summarize what we learned in the survey when it comes to the impact of additional information about the need for and the benefits of a potential bond measure. And so you can see each of the statements that we presented in the survey, the full wording, as well as a label shown in brackets, which wasn't a part of the actual survey, but is a shorthand for us to refer to each of these different messages. So for each of these, we asked voters if this is a very convincing, somewhat convincing, not too convincing, or not at all convincing reason to support the measure. And here you can see all of the messages on this slide were convincing to over 70% of respondents. Rising to the top is this description of the accountability features of a bond measure, that there would be oversight, that all spends must be spent as promised, The funds would not be spent on administrator salaries. Nothing can be taken by the state. This is a very important message. 79% find that a convincing reason to support the measure. Other messages highlighting safety, that the measure would improve student safety, protecting pickup and drop-off zones from traffic, adding more controlled campus access, and replacing old fire alarms and emergency communication systems. That the measure would provide, would qualify the district for matching funds from the state is convincing to 75%, and highlighting that the measure will not raise tax rates above what homeowners are currently paying is a very important message according to these data. 73% say that's a convincing reason to support the measure. And here are the remaining messages that we tested in the survey. The one on the top of this slide is also very compelling. It highlights the age of the school, some school facilities, and how some of them are well past their expected lifespan, and these systems and facilities are in desperate need of repair. 76% find that convincing, highlighting that improving the quality of schools helps maintain our local quality of life and property values is compelling to most. This helps prepare our students for the future. You can see a little bit of a diminished number there, but still 2/3 find this message convincing. And then finally, that the measure will not only provide funding for school updates, but could also boost the local economy and add local jobs is convincing to 60%. So here you can see the summary of the vote progression, as we call it, over the course of the survey. As you saw initially, 60% of respondents said they would be inclined to vote yes on this measure. 37% said that they would vote no. Then we provided this additional information about the projects that could be included in the bond measure, as well as some of the reasons why the measure would be beneficial and important and necessary. And after that, we presented the measure again, and we said, given everything you've heard, now would you vote yes or no? And you can see we saw an increase of 3% support to a total of 63, and opposition remained constant at 37%. Then we also offered what you might hear from an opponent of this potential measure, a very brief statement, really summarizing some of the concerns that you might hear from an opponent, including things like now is not the time because costs of everything are so high. We shouldn't do this and raise our taxes, something that you would hear from an opponent. Plus, there are going to be other measures on the ballot. And then we said, now, given what you've heard, how would you vote? And we saw support did drop from that high point of 63 down to 56% yes, and opposition went up to 44% no. One thing to be mindful of is that that final vote at 56% gets very close to the 55% threshold. And then when you factor in the margin of error, it tells us that we could sort of be over or under the threshold depending on the environment. So that brings us to a few conclusions here, and then of course I'm happy to answer any questions. We do see voters here in the district value the quality of public schools, and most acknowledge the need for additional funding for the local elementary and middle schools. We do want to be mindful that we are seeing quite a bit of tax hesitancy and some pessimism when it comes to worsening economic conditions in the next 6 months. That said, we see support for a bond measure just above the 55% threshold today. So it looks like, based on these data at this point in time, a successful bond measure appears feasible, though it's not a given, for the November 2026 ballots. We also want to be mindful that outside factors could impact the viability of the bond measure. As you saw, support was impacted by a potential opposition message. And therefore, we do think success may depend on voter awareness about the age of the facilities, the urgent needs that the measure would address, the accountability features of a measure, and the fact that it would not increase current tax rates. So with that, I'm going to hand it back to you and answer any questions you might have.
Hello, can you hear me?
I can hear, yes.
My name's Trustee Hanson. Thank you for that presentation. I had a question about the methodology as the first page. You said you got 400 interviews and you did them by phone, email, and text. A couple questions. Was 400 just a standard round number? That just seems too round of a number to, did you guys just stop at 400 or did you go
Yes,
hard
it
from
was-
did you go hard for 2 weeks there from the 15th to the 30th? Could we have gotten more than 400 is my question.
Yeah, that's a great question. We had gone in with the intention of getting a sample size of 400 as proposed. This is a very, very common overall sample size in a community of this size. And so it's, roughly the amount that you'll see, in communities that are comparable in size. And the reason why we're comfortable with that number is because of the scientific methodology that allows us to generalize the results within the margin of error.
How quick did you get to 400?
It did take us a good amount of time, and that's because if we go too fast through data collection, sometimes the first people to respond are not necessarily representative of likely voters overall. So we take our time and make sure we try to hear back from every possible person that we invite to complete the survey.
Okay, and also the phone interviews, email, and text, how many between the two of the 400, how many were phone talking to somebody and email and text, just off the sound of that? I mean,
yeah,
I wouldn't trust a text vote.
I believe that somewhere between 20 and 30% were over the phone. I can get the precise number for you following this conversation. I'm happy to provide that for you. But yes, it was a substantial portion by phone, and then the remainder roughly divided between text and email invitations. We do, for voters who are sampled, we draw a random sample and we try to reach as many within that sample as possible. For voters sampled, we try to reach them in any way that they'll respond to us. So if they respond to a phone call, great. If they respond to a text, great. So we don't set out to only reach a voter by one means of contact.
I apologize. The sound here is very echoey. It was hard to follow. It's not your fault.
So I was sort of describing that when we have contact information, if we have, for example, a cell phone number for a given voter.
No, I'm sorry. I don't mean to cut you off. I heard most of it, but I just...
Okay.
Sorry, we're going to take a pause real quick, Jessica, and we're sitting on the stage, and we're going to just transition to the seats so that we can hear you a little bit easier. We're getting a little feedback.
Okay.
Jessica.
Yes.
Sorry, Jessica. I'm going to repeat the question. I think we could hear you a lot better here. So of the 400, I think I heard you say somewhere 20-something% were over the phone. The rest were email and text. Is that accurate?
Yes, I did mention I can get you the precise numbers following this meeting, but it's somewhere in the range of 20 to 30%, I believe, that were conducted over the phone.
Would you say, I'm not interrogating you, this is more, I'm kind of interested in this. On the surface, I wouldn't trust an email or a text invitation for a survey, but I'm not a pollster. You are. Would you say, in your experience, more accurately of the answers you get, would be over the phone via email and text? Those two
No.
methodologies have to be different, right? I mean, as far as accuracy.
That's right. And mixed modes, so mixing these modes of phone and text and email is the best way to get a representative and useful sample in our industry today. I would not say that the numbers are more accurate over the phone. In fact, we typically get very, very comparable results by all three modes. The reason why we utilize all those modes is because there are quite a few voters out there who simply will not answer the phone. On the flip side, as you mentioned, there are voters who simply will not respond to an email or a text invitation. So there are differences, and when you put them together, you get the best and most representative sample. We also take great care to follow the sample on a daily basis and make sure it is demographically representative of the likely voter universe as a whole. So we know certain characteristics about voters in the district. We know, for example, their age, their gender, their vote history, their party registration, so on and so forth. And so we compare our sample with those known variables in the universe to make sure that our sample is demographically representative.
All right, one more question and I'll shut up. Overall, 70% of the people responding said there's great or some need. So 70%, 7 out of 10 people said great or some need. And towards the back, it was, I'm sorry, where was that? I'm sorry, hold on one second. And it on, well, there's not a page number, but it said 60%, page 10, I'm sorry, 60% would vote yes on a measure. Would that, is that basically 70% say, yeah, we should do it, but only 60% would back it? So there's like a stubborn 10% there? Or that I see a need, but I don't want anything to do with that?
You could say that for whatever reason, there could be a number of different factors that you could point to in these results that might be causing them to hesitate when it comes to saying they would support a bond measure. Sometimes resistance has to do with general sentiment about these kinds of measures. Sometimes it has to do with tax hesitancy and so on and so forth. So certainly there could be a variety of reasons why a voter might not support this measure, even if they see a need for funding.
Thank you very much.
Any other comments or questions? Okay, Maria, go ahead.
Okay, I want a little bit more clarification on the matching funds, impact of measure information. I just want a little bit more clarification on that.
A clarification on the question that we asked, or on how matching funds work, or?
Well, it's not a guarantee that even though there's a possibility of, if passing the measure, that the state would match the funds. Is that what I'm understanding?
Okay, yes, and certainly the district consultants that would assist with this probably are better qualified to answer when it comes to how this works. But indeed, matching funds from statewide bonds may be available as in the form of matching funds, matching the bond amount. And so without passing a local measure, it's more difficult to qualify for those funds. And so that's the inspiration behind this informational message.
Thank you.
Right. I'd like to add to that question, comment. I understood it the same way. It makes us eligible for matching funds. It's similar to parks. So local parks, if a local committee commits to, giving its funds to a local park, it makes us eligible for state and other funds as well. It's a similar process.
I just want to clarify that we do qualify for, to apply for matching funds, but nothing is guaranteed. It's project-based.
Okay, sounds like Superintendent Hazel, do you have anything that you want to add?
No, not at this time. I know. Thank you for presenting this to our subcommittee earlier. I know, and thank you, Trustee Golbeck and President McBride, for sitting on that initial, committee and bringing understanding to this poll. I think that I appreciate your support in going through it, the elements, and I think that if the trustees have questions from this point forward, that you think of, we can always connect with Jessica and ask them and get answers.
Okay, thank you very much. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Good night.
Armando?
Okay, at this time, are there any other further comments that we'd like to discuss on?
President McBride, I think given this information, it sounds like we would benefit from scheduling a strategy meeting for the next steps with the bond.
Well, thank you, Frank. I will work with Superintendent Hazel at our next board agenda planning session. You're welcome. Okay, so next, moving on to board operations. It is recommended the governing board approve in the second reading the updated board bylaws and board policies as presented. Do I have a motion?
Motion to approve.
Thank you. A second? Thank you. Any discussion? No? Okay, with that, I will call for the vote. Trustee Hansen? Aye. Trustee Favela? Aye. Trustee Moran?
Aye.
Trustee Golbeck?
Aye.
And I also vote aye. The motion passes. Moving on to business services, it is recommended the governing board approve the following annual fiscal resolution: 15-2526 payment order resolution, 16-2526 designating authorized agents to sign commercial warrants, 17-2526 authorizing the replacement of warrants, and 18-2526 designating authorized agents to receive mail and pick up warrants at the County Office of Education. Do I have a motion?
Motion to approve.
Thank you. Second?
Second.
Thank you. Any discussion? No? With that, I will call for the vote. Trustee Golbeck?
Aye.
Trustee Moran?
Aye.
Trustee Favela?
Aye.
Trustee Hansen?
Aye.
And I also vote aye. With that, the motion passes. It is recommended the governing board approve the employment of speech pathologist Melissa Hoy on a variable term waiver. Do I have a motion? Thank you. A second?
So moved. Or seconded.
Thank you. Any discussion? No? Okay, I will call for the vote. Trustee Henson? Aye. Trustee Favela? Aye. Trustee Moran?
Aye.
Trustee Goldbeck?
Aye.
Also, I vote aye, and that motion passes. It is recommended the governing board approve the adoption of the mathematics instruction materials, Amplified Desmos Math California for kindergarten through 8th grade. Do I have a motion?
I'll motion to approve.
Thank you. A second? Second. Thank you. Any discussion? No? Okay, I will call for the vote. Trustee Goldbeck? Aye. Trustee Moran?
Aye.
Trustee Favela?
Aye.
Trustee Henson? Aye. And I also vote aye. With that, the motion passes. It is recommended the governing board approve Ms. Elva Hawkins to attend the 2026 Be Glad Conference in Chicago, Illinois on September 23rd through the 25th, 2026. The total approximate cost for all related expenses is $2,050 to be paid out of the May Alice Community School budget. Do I have a motion?
So moved.
Thank you. Who? Okay, Kim. Okay, that's Goldbeck. Do I have a second? Thank you. Any discussion? No? Okay, I will call for the vote. Trustee Goldbeck?
Aye.
Trustee Moran?
Aye.
Trustee Favela?
Aye.
Trustee Henson? Aye. And I also vote aye. Motion passes. We are pleased to support our teachers and staff to continue their professional learning as they participate in conferences, enabling them to perform their duties and remain up to date on new policies and procedures impacting their roles. It is recommended the governing board approve the consent agenda as presented. Do I have a motion?
I'll motion to approve.
Thank you. A second?
Second.
Thank you. Any discussion? No? Okay, I'll call for the vote. Trustee Goldbeck? Trustee Moran?
Aye.
Trustee Favela?
Aye.
Trustee Henson? Aye. And I also vote aye, so that motion passes. With that, the meeting is adjourned at 8:08 p.m.